I'm Ravenna Bloomberg. I'm from Secor, Illinois. I'm going to be judging the open cattle shows at the Arizona National this year in 2021. So when it comes to judging cattle, I think that, we're in an aspect in the industry where good, functional built cattle, they're always going to be in vogue. Regardless of trends that are out there in terms of a certain look or a certain design or something that way, you forego all that, and good quality cattle are still going to be built good in terms of their structure. They're going to be ones that are functional in terms of their body type, and they're going to have some width and dimensions. I know for me personally, I like to see cattle, obviously, that are flexible off both ends of their skeleton. I want to see cattle that are built right in terms of having some width and power. They're ones that represent, the beef breeds that we evaluate in this industry. They got to have some power to them, but at the same time, especially with breeding females, they need to have some of those extra pieces in terms of functionality. I would just encourage young people, showmanship is a day-to-day game. It's not one in the ring, it's one at home. It's how much effort you put into it. Because someday, if you put in the effort and you put in the time and you continue to improve your skills, then you will be able to understand what you have to do to get to that next level. I would tell exhibitors, in terms of advice, especially coming out of a season in history that we've had here recently, is don't forego the opportunities that are available to you. Whether or not you think you can win, that's not always what's important. It's what you're able to get out of it. And so go ahead, take those risks, enter those shows, do your best, see what happens. You never know. The judge may have a slightly different opinion than you do on the quality of your animal, and so give it a shot. If you've worked hard for it, go for it.
Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. She showed livestock competitively across the country, earning many national honors. Her passion for the livestock industry led her to Blackhawk Community College, and then on to Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the competitive livestock judging team. Ravenna has earned a number of success, including being named a high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky in 2004. She holds a degree in Ag Communications from Oklahoma State University and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. She currently works as a regional broadcasting rep for Live Auction TV. She and her husband Blake live in Secord, Illinois, and have 4 children. She has judged major shows in over 25 states, as she enjoys spending her spare time evaluating livestock and working with the youth in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge today, Ravenna Bloomberg.
Well, good morning and welcome to our Angus show here. Real impressive way to start. Young man's got a heifer. You can go ahead and lead her out, buddy. Really nice place to start on the front end of this. I think a female that's definitely attractive. She's one that grabs your attention immediately in terms of her build. She's good looking from a profile, so she's got some shape and power to her. Super sound at the ground. Really my kind of heifer in terms of having those extra pluses in her. Young man does a nice job showing her out here. Heifer's going to come in second is one. I think there's maybe a little bit more Second is one that to me is maybe just a little bit more ladylike as you view her up front. She ties just a little bit higher there into her shoulder. I think that she's one that blends just a little bit smoother as you analyze her through her heart and foregrip. I'd like to change the way that she moves from behind. She gets just a little tighter, more rigid there in her rear pasture. Doesn't allow her to flex quite as good from behind, but still a nice made kind of heifer that profiles really nice. Young lady that's going to end up in third. Here's a heifer I think, again, you really like the body type that's represented here. She's one that patterns well from the profile. She gets a little bit straighter up front. There's times you catch her kind of towing out there just a little bit. You start questioning her just a little bit more from a longevity standpoint and how that's going to hold together, but still an awfully good looking heifer to stand third in class. And we have another heifer out here that I think is very functional in her basic build. She's one that has some upper shape to her, but in a competitive class, she just doesn't offer you the stylish look that we have in some of those that placed ahead of her. She gets a little bit narrower and plainer when you step in behind her as well. Young lady that's going to come next has a heifer again. I think there's some pieces you can sure appreciate here. She's a little shorter, more compact all the way through, a little plainer in her look as well. The young man's going to round out the class. I think has a heifer that's got some potential. She gives up a lot of weight per day of age in this particular class, which really works to her disadvantage out here. If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 4388, Carson Costordo of Hemar, California. Second place, entry number 4622, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. In third place, entry number 4637, Lila Raymond, Grass Valley, California. In fourth place, entry number 4789, Chance Green, Powell Butte, Oregon. In fifth place, entry number 4771, Grace Tekanasic, in Minden, Nevada. And rounding out the class will be entry number 4239, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 2, Junior Heifer Calves capped February of 2021. We'll be bringing in entry number 4623, Art Franks of Grass Valley, California.
Really a good looking heifer here in this class, just a single entry, so she doesn't have a lot of competition. But that being said, I think that she's one that's definitely deserving to win a class out here. She's one that's super attractive and well built. I really like the robust body shape that she has there to her center. I like how she drops out of her spine with some upper shape and maintains that as you step in behind her. Just a really solid made, complete kind of a heifer for the young lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations to entry number 4623, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. We'll now be bringing in class 3, Junior Heifer Calves, capped January of 2021. We'll be looking for entry number 4389, Carson Costordo of Hemar, California.
Really a nice female here in this class. Again, just a single entry, but this one's sure impressive. This is the one that comes in, she instantly gets your attention in terms of her look. She's got that ladylike presence out here. She's one that's super attractive from her shoulder forward, but from there back, she's so powerful and good body. There's some shape and dimension to this heifer, and for an Angus to have that kind of foot and bone under her, that's another added plus in my opinion. Really nice heifer, young man, congratulations.
Congratulations to entry number 4389, Carson Casatordo of Lamar, California. Well, we will now be bringing back in our first and second place class winners for our division drive. Entry number 4388, Carson Casatordo of Lamar, California. From Class 2, entry number 4623, Art Franks, Grass Valley, California. And from Class 3, entry number 4389, Carson Casatordo, Lamar, California. We will now also bring in our second place individual, entry number 4622, Art Franks of Grass Valley, California.
What a nice lineup here for our first division. Again, I mentioned yesterday, anytime you have quality to sort through, it not only makes the show more exciting for spectators, but it's definitely more exciting as a judge, because you really get to see where we're heading in terms of an industry. We start analyzing the pieces, but it gets down to some extra details and the extra pluses, and I think that we have 3 heifers out here as class winners, and even our second in class that definitely do that quite well. They represent good functional cattle, but they have those extra things that we like to see in terms of show ring presence, and then some extra pieces that make them highly valuable as breeding pieces out here. To me, I think there's a couple of them that maybe are just a little bit closer in terms of vying for that division honors, and they have the look that I like to see. I like the body type and the structural base that they're built on, and to me the one that's maybe just a notch better in terms of her forerib, maybe just a notch stouter when I get in right behind her, is the big heifer down here, the oldest class. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to him. And then I think as you sort through the other two, she was a single entry in class, you sort through the other two, and again, there's some differences, but to me, there's one that's sure impressive in terms of her general look. I really like her ladylike presence there up front. She's one that's super feminine, one that's definitely has the extra bells and whistles that we talk about in terms of making her valuable, making her one that you'd like to breed around and put into production. I like the young heifer here on this end to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 4389, Carson Casatordo of Lamar, California. And your reserve in the division belongs to entry number 4388, Carson Casatordo of Lamar, California. We will now be moving into Class 5, Early Senior Heifer Calves, calves September through October of 2020. We will be bringing in entry number 4238, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Entry number 4237, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Entry number 4353, Caitlin McCoy of La Grande, Oregon. Entry number 4772, Grace Tekanasic of Minden, Nevada.
Really nice class here, a lot of differences to sort through. The heifer I like to use to win the class, I think, is the one that's just a notch more unique in terms of her build. She's the stout featured one that's a bit more powerful in terms of her general construction. You step in behind her, she's got just a little bit more upper shape there to her body. I feel like she's more genuine down at her base as well. Now, she doesn't have the same body volume and robust rib shape that we have in the heifer in second, and I think that's what makes it kind of close. Heifer in second gives you a really nice look from a profile. She's super feminine up front. I really like the added body volume that you see here. She's got the midrib that I can really identify with in terms of being high quality, but from there she seems to be just a bit piecier in the way that she's put together. She gets a little bit narrower at her base, a little more off in her hip, kind of on the go, falls apart just a little bit more in terms of balance when you start comparing it back to our class winner, but still a really high volume, really broody appearing kind of a female to stand second. Young man is going to be third out here. I think has a heifer that just needs more time to grow, more time on feed. There's some pieces of this heifer you can sure appreciate. She's sound in terms of her movement and flexible off both ends. She just gives up a lot in terms of weight per day of age and body shape today to the pair of heifers that place ahead of her. Young lady's going to round out the class. Some of the same sentiments could be said there. I think this heifer, again, pattern-wise, she's long and extended. You can appreciate that about her. She narrows up considerably when you step in behind her. I'd like to change the way that she's constructed out of her hind leg just a little bit, give her more stability as she goes. Nice class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 4353, Caitlin McCoy, La Grande, Oregon. Your reserve in the division belongs to entry number 4772, Grace Tekanasic of Minden, Nevada. Our third place individual belongs to entry number 4237, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. And rounding out the division is going to be entry number 4238, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. We will now be moving into Class 7 Early Summer Yearling Heifers, capped May through June of 2020. Presley Wet, please bring your calf ringside. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 4366, Presley Wet of Mesa, Arizona. Entry number 4351, Caitlin McCoy, La Grande, Oregon. And entry number 3943, Erica Garcia of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Class 9 Junior Yearling Heifers, please be ringside. Class 9 Junior Yearling Angus Heifers, please be ringside. Class 9, Open Angus Heifers, you are to be ringside. Class 9, Open Angus Heifers, you are to be ringside. Class 11, please be making your way to the ring. Class 11, Open Angus Heifers, please be making your way to the ring.
Nice class here. I think one that, yes, there's a lot of differences, but consequently, they kind of fall in line as they should. The young ladies heifer that's going to win the class out here, I think is the really complete heifer that really balances up nice from a profile. She's got some added width and dimension that really solidifies herself in this particular lineup towards the top. I like the width, the chest that she has. There's some shape up high, and I like the body type that's represented here as well. Just a really nice kind of a heifer to win the class with. And then from there, I think you have some give and take. I'm going to use the more moderate heifer here to be second. I think she's more correct when you analyze her at the ground, although I'd like to make her reach just a little bit further up front. I think she toes truer. I think that she's one that has more stability and out of her hock. I think she's also one when you step right in behind her, I like the fact that she's more compositionally genuine. She's got more genuine shape and less amount of condition at the same time, which makes her more my kind. The heifer that's going to be third out here is one that's really robust. You like the body type that's represented here in terms of volume, but from there I'd really like to clean her up through her chest floor. I'd like to lean this heifer down just a little bit. I'd like to correct the way that she sets down from behind, especially out of her hip and, or excuse me, out of her hock and past her in there as she goes. But a nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 4351, Caitlin McCoy, La Grande, Oregon. Your division reserve champion belongs to entry number 4366, Presley Wetton of Mesa, Arizona. Brent Nickel, class 9. Brent Nickel, you are to be ringside. Brent Nickel, you are to be ringside. Last call, Brent Nickel. Brent Nickel, your class is going in the ring. Brent Nickel, your class is going in the ring. Entering the ring now, it's going to be class number 9, junior yearling heifers calved January through February of 2020. We'll be looking for entry numbers 466, Katie Cassoon of Wheatland, Wyoming. Entry number 3023, Bryn Nickel of Clearfield, Iowa.
Just another single out here, but definitely a heifer that I can identify with in terms of having some look and presence. She's one that's really wide in terms of her base width. She maintains that up high. I like the shape that she has there to her center body. Maybe not the longest and most extended heifer that we've seen today, particularly from her shoulder forward. She also gets maybe just a tick up right there in terms of angle, but at the same time, I think she's a really well-built kind of a heifer that's square and powerful in terms of her construction. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 466, Kate Cassoon of Wheatland, Wyoming. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 11, early senior yearling heifers calved September through October of 2019. We'll be looking for entry number 4352, Caitlin McCoy of Grande, Oregon. We will need all first and second place division winners to be ringside. First and second place division winners to be ringside. This will be a last call for class 11, early senior yearling heifers. Last call. Entering the ring now, it's going to be entry number 4352, Caitlin McCoy of La Grande, Oregon.
Really nice pair here. The cow especially, I think, is one that's super attractive. I like her big build and look from a profile. I like the udder that's on this cow in terms of from a production standpoint. She's one that's still feminine. I like the condition, the rig that she's in at this stage of production. Just a really complete kind of a female. The calf at side's no slouch either. I think he's got some shape. There's some width to this calf. Still got a good look up front. Definitely a pair that's full of quality and full of potential. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to your division winner, entry number 4352, Caitlin McCoy, LaGrange, Oregon. We will now be bringing in all of our division grand and reserves for the selection of our champion Open Angus female. We will be looking for entry number 4389, Carson Cazatore, Lamar, California. Entry number 4353, Caitlin McCoy, LaGrange, Oregon. Entry number 4351, Caitlin McCoy, LaGrange, Oregon. Entry number 466, Katie Kassoum of Wheatley, Oregon, Wyoming. And entry number 4352, Caitlin McCoy, LaGrange, Oregon. We will also be bringing in our reserve division winners. Entry number 4388, Carson Cazatore of Lamar, California. Entry number 4772, Grace Tekanasik of Minden, Nevada. And entry number 4366, Presley Wetton of Mesa, Arizona. This will be your first call for your cow-calf pair. First call, cow-calf pair. Please be making your way ringside. We are now in the champion selection of our 2021 Arizona National Livestock Show Open Angus Champion Female Selection. Our champion female will receive a knife that has been donated by Stephen and Melissa Todd. The champion female will also receive a banner that's been donated by Stephen and Melissa Todd. Our reserve champion female today will receive a banner that's been donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our generous sponsors a big round of applause.
Really nice lineup of Angus females out here. If you're an enthusiast of the breed at all, I encourage you to come look ringside because I think there's a lot of quality, there's a lot of good parts and pieces, and definitely some things that you could breed around, and it's exciting to think when put back into production, one of them's already there, what these females are going to be able to generate for these individual operations. You know, it's fun, I mentioned as a judge, when you get to sort through quality, and there's definitely that out here in our champion drive for the Angus Female Show. I won't go through and talk about each division winner again, but I do think that there's some consistency in terms of body shape, in terms of width and power, and one of the things that's most important for me is that they have to be built correctly at the ground. They need to be sound from a structural standpoint. They need to be able to get out and move with some. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, let's put our hands together one more time.
Congratulations to your 2021 Arizona National Livestock Show Open Angus Champion Female. Belongs to entry number 4389, Carson Casatordo of Hamar, California. We will now be bringing in the reserve from that division, entry number 4388, Carson Casatordo of Hamar, California.
Sweet pot for this microphone. Pick and reserve would bring the second from that division in line, and I think she fits in nicely. She's another one, again, we talked about earlier as being really attractive. She's super stylish from a profile. You like the body type that's represented here. Good feet and legs on this one. I think maybe it gets a little bit closer for reserve between her and another one out here. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of the exhibitor that'll have your reserve champion. Congratulations to all of these Angus exhibitors. Really impressive show top to bottom here on our female side.
Congratulations, your 2021 Arizona National Livestock Show Open Angus Champion Female. Reserve Champion Female belongs to Carson Casatordo of Hamar, California. We're going to be looking for entry number 4790, Chance Green of Powell Butte, Oregon.
Well, just a single entry here in our cow-calf show, but definitely a female. You can tell she's putting everything she has into this bull calf at side. She's a powerfully constructed kind of female herself, who's wide-chested, has some shape up high. I like the body volume that's represented here. She maybe is getting a little longer toed and kind of drags herself just a bit from behind, but at the same time, I think the rig that she's in, I appreciate that. She's one that you can tell has put a lot into this bull calf, and he's not a slouch. He's one that's definitely got the body type I can appreciate. He's got some substance of bone underneath him. He's square in terms of his build. Nice pair here. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to your champion cow-calf pair of the Arizona National Livestock Show Open Angus Cattle Show. Belongs to entry number 4790, Chance Green of Powell Butte, Oregon. We will now be moving into class number 31, junior bull calves calved on or after March 1st of 2021. We're going to be looking for entry numbers 4791, Chance Green, Powell Butte, Oregon. Entry number 4625, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Entry number 4773, Grace Teganassi, Midland, Nevada. Class 38, junior yearling bulls, please be ringside. Class 8, junior yearling bulls, please be ringside.
Really nice way to start off our bull show here. A class winner that kind of logically surfaces to the top. Here's one that's really a good-looking bull in terms of his basic build. He's one that's attractive enough from a profile, but he still looks masculine and rugged in terms of his head shape. I like the substance of bone that he's built on. He's one that's flexible off both ends. He's just a good made kind of a bull that's pretty stout when you get in behind him. And I think that's where his true advantage lies in the class. There's just so much more genuine power to this bull than what we have in a couple of the others. The bull that's going to stand second, we just talked about him just a little bit ago. I think that he's one you sure appreciate the type that's represented here. He's a really high volume kind of a bull. He's one that's straight in terms of his lines. He has definitely got an advantage in testicular development over the bull that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. If you could just stouten him up maybe a little bit, especially in comparison to our class winner, I think we'd like him just that much more. The young lady that's going to round out the class here has a bull that's got a good weight per day of age on him. He's a high-performing kind of a bull. One that I'd like a little bit in the way that he sits down from behind. He's got a little extra set to his hind leg, doesn't flex quite as good from that standpoint. He's a little bit of a small nutted bull that we have in class as well, and that works to his disadvantage out here. If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 4625, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Entry number 4791, Chance Butte, Chance Green, Powell Butte, Oregon. Entry number 4773, Grace Tekanasic, Minden, Nevada. We will now be moving to class number 38, Junior Yearling Bulls, Cab January through February of 2020. We'll be looking for entry number 4719, Andrew Nunez of Healdsburg, California. Just as a reminder, all Grand and Reserve Division winners of the Angus Bulls, please be ringside. Grand and Reserve Angus Bull from the previous classes, please be ringside.
Really a nice design, good pattern bull here. It's just a single entry, but one that I really appreciate is extra depth of heel and stoutness at the ground. And then on top of that, he's a good body bull that's got some power to him when you get in behind. You could maybe strengthen him up just a little bit there in his top line, but at the same time, he's a real rugged kind of a bull that you appreciate a lot of his basic functionality. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to entry number 4719, Andrew Nunez, Healdsburg, California. We will now be bringing in our champion from the previous division, entry number 4265, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Our division champion, entry number 4719, Andrew Nunez, Healdsburg, California. We'll also be bringing back in our reserve division champion from class 31, entry number 4791, Chance Green, Powell Butte, Oregon.
Friends, it's funny. It's like I've got all these other people in my life. Oh, really?
Really nice pair of bulls out here. They're definitely different in terms of their advantages, and so to kind of discuss that a little bit before I share with you how I'm going to line them up today, I think the young bull is one, he's really good looking. I think he's one, especially from his shoulder forward, you like the neck set on him, you like his head shape. I think that he's one that you like the body type and the hip shape that he's got. He's one that's sound in terms of his movement. I'd like to smooth in his shoulder a little bit. He gets a little open there at times. He's a clean sheath kind of a bull, and one that you can appreciate some of that about him. The big bull out here is one that's sure powerful in terms of his build at the ground. He's big-footed and heavy-boned and maintains some width all the way through. He's one that's starting to look a little bit more mature, as he should at this stage of the game. He's maybe not quite as level in terms of his build. He's not as square out through his hip, but he's sure opened up and he's got some power and width to him. So those are kind of the differences that I see. To me, it gets really close, and depending on where you're going to lay your priorities and maybe which direction you're going to go, I'm going to side with the extra performance that we get in the older bull and use him to be your champion. We'll follow it up with the little bull to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your 2021 Open Angus champion bull belongs to entry number 4719, Andrew Nunez of Healdsburg, California. And your 2021 Arizona National Open champion reserve champion Angus bull belongs to entry number 4625, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California.
I'm Ravenna Bloomberg. I'm from Secor, Illinois. I'm going to be judging the open cattle shows at the Arizona National this year in 2021. So when it comes to judging cattle, I think that, we're in an aspect in the industry where good, functional built cattle, they're always going to be in vogue. Regardless of trends that are out there in terms of a certain look or a certain design or something that way, you forego all that, and good quality cattle are still going to be built good in terms of their structure. They're going to be ones that are functional in terms of their body type, and they're going to have some width and dimensions. I know for me personally, I like to see cattle, obviously, that are flexible off both ends of their skeleton. I want to see cattle that are built right in terms of having some width and power. They're ones that represent, the beef breeds that we evaluate in this industry. They got to have some power to them, but at the same time, especially with breeding females, they need to have some of those extra pieces in terms of functionality. I would just encourage young people, showmanship is a day-to-day game. It's not one in the ring, it's one at home. It's how much effort you put into it. Because someday, if you put in the effort and you put in the time and you continue to improve your skills, then you will be able to understand what you have to do to get to that next level. I would tell exhibitors, in terms of advice, especially coming out of a season in history that we've had here recently, is don't forego the opportunities that are available to you. Whether or not you think you can win, that's not always what's important. It's what you're able to get out of it. And so go ahead, take those risks, enter those shows, do your best, see what happens. You never know. The judge may have a slightly different opinion than you do on the quality of your animal, and so give it a shot. If you've worked hard for it, go for it. I'm Ravenna Bloomberg. I'm from Secor, Illinois. I'm going to be judging the open cattle shows at the Arizona National this year in 2021. So when it comes to judging cattle, I think that, we're in an aspect in the industry where good, functional built cattle, they're always going to be in vogue. Regardless of trends that are out there in terms of a certain look or a certain design or something that way, you forego all that, and good quality cattle are still going to be built good in terms of their structure. They're going to be ones that are functional in terms of their body type, and they're going to have some width and dimensions. I know for me personally, I like to see cattle, obviously, that are flexible off both ends of their skeleton. I want to see cattle that are built right in terms of having some width and power. They're ones that represent, the beef breeds that we evaluate in this industry. They got to have some power to them, but at the same time, especially with breeding females, they need to have some of those extra pieces in terms of functionality. I would just encourage young people, showmanship is a day-to-day game. It's not one in the ring, it's one at home. It's how much effort you put into it. Because someday, if you put in the effort and you put in the time and you continue to improve your skills, then you will be able to understand what you have to do to get to that next level. I would tell exhibitors, in terms of advice, especially coming out of a season in history that we've had here recently, is don't forego the opportunities that are available to you. Whether or not you think you can win, that's not always what's important. It's what you're able to get out of it. And so go ahead, take those risks, enter those shows, do your best, see what happens. You never know.
We are now beginning our open Simmental breeding cattle show. Welcome to the ring, Class 1 Junior Heifer Calves, calf honor after March 1st of 2021. We're looking for entry number 985, Rhett Schmidt of Farmington, California. Entry number 4658, Ava McKay, Sprague, Washington. Entry number 4270, Aubrey Murphy of Roseburg, Oregon. Entry number 3034, Sydney Franks of Grass Valley, California. Class 2, you should be ringside. Class 2, open Simmentals, you should be ringside. Class 5, open Simmentals, you should be ringside. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our judge today in the Open Simmental show. Our judge today is Ms. Ravenna Bluebird of Central Nebraska. Of Socorro, Illinois. She grew up in Central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. She showed livestock competitively across the country, earning many national honors. Her passion for the livestock industry led her to Blackhawk Community College, and then on to Oklahoma State University, where she was a competitive member of the livestock team. She has gained a number of success, including being named the high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky.
What's that?
She holds a degree in ag communications from Oklahoma State University and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. She currently works as a regional broadcasting rep for Live Auction TV. She and her husband Blake live in Socorro, Illinois, and have 4 children. She has judged major shows in over 25 states, as she enjoys spending her spare time evaluating livestock and working with the youth in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge today is Ravenna Bluebird.
Well, welcome back to our open show here, and what a nice way to start off our Simmental show. I think we got a pair of females up top here that you can really appreciate. The one that I like to start with, I think, is just so much better and more correct in terms of her front end assembly. I like the angle to her shoulder there. I like her look from that point forward, and I like how flexible she is when you get her out and ask her to lead. She's one that still looks feminine. I like the body type, just a really complete kind of a heifer here to win this class. In second, I think we have one that's a bit more robust, a little higher volume there as you analyze her through the center portion of her body. But to me, as you start really studying her, she gets just a little bit straighter up front. She's a little bit plainer and deeper in terms of her neck, but still one that definitely has a look of function to her and definitely has some quality. Young lady that, I think we got these switched a little bit here. The one that we have coming next here is one that, again, is nice profiling. You like the lines of this heifer when this female gets pulled together at the stands. Really attractive, one that's really square in terms of her build. I just like to change her a little bit structurally. She's a little tighter and shorter in terms of her step. She's a little tighter and back there through that rear pastern, a little bit plainer in terms of her look from her shoulder forward as well. And then the baldy that we have rounding out the class here is one, the young lady does a nice job out here keeping her under control, but she's one that to me just simply needs more to her. She gets narrower at her base, plainer when you step in behind her, doesn't quite have that same look of balance or flexibility that we have in some of the others that placed ahead of her. Nice way to start our Simmental show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to entry number 3034, Sydney Franks, Grass Valley, California. Entry number 985, Rhett Schmidt of Farmington, California. Third, entry number 4270, Aubrey Murphy, Roseburg, Oregon. And rounding up the class will be entry number 4658, Ava McKay, Sprout, Washington. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 2, Junior Heifer Calf, February 2021. We'll be looking for entry number 5411, Caleb Johnson of Haas, New Mexico.
Really a good looking stout maid heifer here in this particular class. One that I really like, her feet and legs that she's built on, and then from there up, she impresses you with some base width, some shape and dimension up high. She looks feminine from a profile, but doesn't disappoint you when you get in behind her. Just a really good kind of a heifer here to win the class. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Congratulations to entry number 5411, Caleb Johnston, Haas, New Mexico. We will now be bringing in our first and second place individuals from Class 1. Entry number 3034, Sydney Franks, Grass Valley, California. Entry number 5411, Caleb Johnson, Haas, New Mexico. And our second place individual from Class 1. Entry number 985, Rhett Schmidt of Farmington, California. Class 5, you should be ringside. Class 5, you should be ringside. Class 8, you should be ringside, as well as Class 9. Classes 8 and 9, please be ringside.
Really nice division here. Again, we've talked about each of these heifers respectively within their own class. And I think when you bring them back out here for a division, as much as we can appreciate the quality amongst both of these, it gets pretty logical in terms, for me, which direction to go. There's a heifer that's just built more correctly at the surface. She's more flexible on both ends of her skeleton. She's stouter, more powerful in terms of her general build. I like the big heifer out of the second class to be your division champion. We'll follow it up with the little heifer here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 5411, Caleb Johnston of Haas, New Mexico. Your reserve for the division belongs to entry number 3034, Sydney Franks, Grass Valley, California. As they exit the ring, we will be bringing in Class 5 early senior heifer calves, September through October of 2020. We'll be looking for entry number 980, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California. Class 8 and 9, Class 8, 9, open Simmentals, please be ringside. Classes 8 and 9, please be ringside.
Really nice heifer here. Again, just a single entry but a heifer that's super attractive and stylish. I love how she ties high into her shoulder there. She's level and square in terms of her build. She's one that's has some substance of bone underneath her and maintains some width all the way through. Just a really good kind of a heifer that's got a lot of positives out here to bring to this particular breed. If you would, let's congratulate this exhibitor.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 980, Colton Schmidt, Farmington, California. As they exit the ring, we're going to move into class number 8, junior yearling heifers, calved March through April of 2020. We'll be bringing in entry number 45, Copeland and Sons Cattle Company of Nara Vista, New Mexico.
A really good functional built heifer that we have in this lineup. I think she's one that's attractive through her front end. She's one that's square in terms of her design. She's one that's flexible. If you're going to change her maybe a little bit, it's right there in her forerib, maybe blend her just a little bit smoother, but still a really functional, high quality kind of a heifer in this lineup. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 45, Copeland and Sons Cattle Company, Nara Vista, New Mexico. We will now be moving to entry number, class number 9, junior yearling heifers calved January through February of 2020. We'll be looking for entry number 978, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California.
Well, a really nice, stylish made heifer here in this class. One that when you analyze her at the ground, she's so flexible and so good in terms of her skeletal design. And then from there, she's further impressive when you get off to her from a profile. She's feminine, she's good bodied, she's square built. Really nice heifer here to win this class. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 978, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California. We will now be bringing in for our division draw, entry number 45, Copeland and Sons Cattle Company of Nara Vista, New Mexico. And for class 9, entry number 978, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, New Mexico.
Really nice pair of heifers out here for our division. I think both of these females combine a lot of good in this breed in terms of being functional in their build. They have the right kind of body shape that I like to see with some upper curvature up high. They're stout when you get in behind them. And then there's some subtle differences between the two. For me, the one that I like a little bit better, toes truer up front. She's a little bit longer in terms of her step. She's a bit more stylish when you get off to her in terms of show ring presence. I like the Baldy heifer here to be your champion. We'll follow it up with the heifer up front to be reserved.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 978, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California. And in reserve will be entry number 45, Copeland & Sons Cattle Company, Mira Vista, New Mexico. Of our female show in the open Simmental division. Coming in from Division 1, entry number 4511, Caleb Johnson of Hobbs, New Mexico. From Division 2, entry number 980, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California. Coming from Division 3, entry number 978, Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California. We'll also bring in our reserve from Division 3, entry number 45, Copeland & Sons Cattle Company of Mira Vista, New Mexico.
Really nice lineup here in your Simmental show. I married into a Simmental family, so I've become more and more of an enthusiast of this breed as the years have gone by. But I think the selection of females that we have out here to choose between are really impressive. And my compliments to these breeders and what they were able to bring out here to the Arizona National. I think we got 5 females that have a lot of quality. There's some differences, yes, but in terms of what they represent, they're good and they're functional in terms of their type and kind. I like the added stoutness that you see. They represent the breed well in terms of power and dimension, but still having that ladylike presence out here, especially on a profile. Of the 5, I think there's a pair of heifers that maybe suit me just a little bit better in terms of having some extra look and some extra style and blending that together in a really well-balanced kind of a package. And of those 2, I think they're different. Just to talk about them briefly here, I think the young heifer here on this end is really impressive when you look at her from a profile. She's one that I love her front end. The way she sets high there at her shoulder, the length that she has from there forward. I like the head and the feature of this heifer. I like the body shape that's represented here. She's maybe not as powerful right when I get behind her as another heifer out here, but I like the added bone and width that she has at her base. And when we consider her age and level of maturity, I think she's right where she needs to be in terms of condition. And the other one that I think it gets really close between is the Baldy heifer we have out here from our last division. She's one that in terms of looking like a brood cow, I like the body type, I like the volume, I like the added width that you see up high. She's maybe not quite as attractive there through her front end as the calf we just talked about, getting a little bit deeper in her chest maybe in comparison, not quite as tall there at the point of her shoulder, not quite as big-footed or heavy-boned either, but really a functional built feminine heifer that you sure appreciate the body type and the volume that's represented here. So I think it's close, not to take anything away from the reserves in their divisions or the other division winner that we have out here, because again, I think there's plenty of quality represented amongst all 5 of these females. To me, those are the 2 that just stick out a little bit more in my opinion. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, let's congratulate all our Simmental breeders out here.
Congratulations, your 2021 Arizona National Open Simmental champion female belongs to entry number 5411, Caleb Johnson of Hobbs, New Mexico. And your reserve Open Simmental heifer belongs to Colton Schmidt of Farmington, California.
First call, Class 1, be making your way ringside. Class 1, open, Red Angus Cattle Show.
Hour away from the champion female and bull selection. Just a reminder that all open cattle show division grand and reserves are required to be in attendance. Just as a reminder, all grand and reserve female and bull champions must be in attendance. We'll also be bringing in our champion and reserve champion cow-calf pairs from the respective divisions. All entries, grand and reserve, please be in attendance.
I'm Ravenna Bloomberg. I'm from Secor, Illinois. I'm going to be judging the open cattle shows at the Arizona National this year in 2021. So when it comes to judging cattle, I think that, we're in an aspect in the industry where good, functional built cattle, they're always going to be in vogue. Regardless of trends that are out there in terms of a certain look or a certain design or something that way, you forego all that, and good quality cattle are still going to be built good in terms of their structure. They're going to be ones that are functional in terms of their body type, and they're going to have some width and dimensions. I know for me personally, I like to see cattle, obviously, that are flexible off both ends of their skeleton. I want to see cattle that are built right in terms of having some width and power. They're ones that represent, the beef breeds that we evaluate in this industry. They got to have some power to them, but at the same time, especially with breeding females, they need to have some of those extra pieces in terms of functionality. I would just encourage young people, showmanship is a day-to-day game. It's not one in the ring, it's one at home. It's how much effort you put into it. Because someday, if you put in the effort and you put in the time and you continue to improve your skills, then you will be able to understand what you have to do to get to that next level. I would tell exhibitors, in terms of advice, especially coming out of a season in history that we've had here recently, is don't forego the opportunities that are available to you. Whether or not you think you can win, that's not always what's important. It's what you're able to get out of it. And so go ahead, take those risks, enter those shows, do your best, see what happens. You never know. A judge may have a slightly different opinion than you do on the quality of your animal, and so give it a shot. If you've worked hard for it, go for it.
calved on or after March 1st of 2021. Class 2, please be ringside. Class 2, junior heifer calves. Open red Angus, please be ringside. Class 6 and 7, please be ringside as well. Class 6 and 7, please be ringside. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 1, junior heifer calves, calved on or after March 1st of 2021. Seven, open Angus cattle, red Angus cattle, please be ringside. Classes 6 and 7, open red Angus, please be ringside.
Well, welcome back to our open cattle show here as we start our Red Angus division. Nice female out here as a single entry in our first class. I think she's one that sure has some nice pieces to her. I really like how she drops into a really deep and full rib shape there. She's one that's attractive in terms of her look up front, square build. Young man's doing a nice job getting her presented out here. If you would, let's congratulate him on our first class winner.
Congratulations on your class winner. Entry number 4585, Grady Shiny. Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 2, junior heifer calves, calved February 2021. We're looking for entry numbers 4883, Cameron King of Caldwell, Idaho. Entry number 4570, Kaylee Sheen of Watauga, Oklahoma. Entry number 4586, Grady Sheen of Watauga, Oklahoma.
another nice class here. A young man that's over ringside has the combination heifer of the lineup. She's the one that's the most powerful in terms of her construction. She's the most opened up at her base and the most genuine as you view her over her top shape and out through her hip. And to complement that, I think she's the one, when you ask him to lead, she's the longest strided and truest moving heifer that we have in the lineup. I'd like to see her just a bit more robust in terms of her body shape, and I think that's where the next couple have an advantage. Young man, the cowboy hat here is actually the one that I pulled next to be second in the class. This is the one that to me is really broody in terms of her look through the center portion of her body. I like the extra depth and volume that you see there. She's one that I'd like to make just a bit more correct in the way she sits down from behind. Give her a notch more security there from hock to ground, but still a nice feminine make kind of a heifer as you view her from a profile. Heifer's going to round out the class is another one that I think has some advantages in terms of performance. She's another one that's really good body. She just narrows up considerably when we start comparing her back to the two that placed ahead of her. She gets a little peaked up top and a little flatter and plainer as you view her from behind. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to entry number 4883, Cameron King of Caldwell, Idaho. Second place, entry number 4586, Brady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. Rounding up the class will be entry number 4579, Kayla Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. We will now be bringing in our first place individuals from both classes for the division drive. Entry number 4585, Brady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. Entry number 4883, Cameron King, Caldwell, Idaho. We'll be bringing in our second place individual as well. Entry number 4586, Grady Sheen, Tonga, Oklahoma. Just as a reminder, when we move into our Supreme selection, we're going to be running with, we're going to begin with our cow-calf selection, then into our Supreme selection female, and then the Supreme bull selection. Just as a reminder for all those that will be competing in today's Supreme drive.
We bring our two class winners back out here, and again, a lot of the same things can be said about both of these heifers in terms of having some look and some presence to them out here in the ring. The subtle differences for me are more of a question of functionality. The one that's built a little bit better at the ground, one that toes true up front, a little longer strided, a little looser in terms of her skeleton. The one that I think has more good in terms of unique pieces from a breeding standpoint later on comes out of our second class. She's going to be your champion out here. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to 4883, Cameron King, Caldwell, Idaho.
Bring the second from that class into the lineup, and again, we just talked about her earlier as being one that we really appreciate the center body dimension in this heifer, and I think that that rings true as we bring it back out here in the lineup. The one that I think blends a little bit smoother all the way through, a little nicer balanced, and maybe gives you more of a show ring presence out here in terms of some extra style and eye appeal is the young man's heifer out of the first class. She's going to be your reserve champion in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your reserve division champion belongs to entry number 4585, Grady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. now is going to be class number 6, late summer yearly heifers, calved July through August of 2020. We're going to be looking for entry number 4578, Kaylee Sheen of Wetumpka, Oklahoma. Class 7, please be ringside. Class 7, please be ringside. Class 8, please be ringside. Class 8, please be ringside.
Another single entry, but a nice female. I think the young lady brings to us a heifer that's sure feminine in terms of her look up front. She's one that's square and level in terms of her design, and you can appreciate that about her. She's maybe not the cleanest down there through her chest floor. You maybe like to clean her up just a little bit from that standpoint, but still a really nice heifer that's sure got some pieces that you can appreciate.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 4578, Kaylee Sheen of Wetumpka, Oklahoma. We will now be bringing in our Class 7 early summer yearly heifers, calved May through June of 2020. Looking for entry number 100, Lindley Johnson, Happy, Texas. Class 8, please be ringside. Class 8, please be ringside.
Big-bodied heifer here. This sure offers some length and extension. Again, she's another one that's really level in terms of her pattern. She's one that I guess if I was going to change her a little bit, I'd like to reconstruct her hind leg just a little. She's got a little extra set to it, not quite as flexible when you ask her to lead, but still a feminine fronted heifer that's sure deep-bodied. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 100, Lindley Johnson, Happy, Texas. We'll now be bringing in our first place class winners of Class 6, entry number 4578, Kaylee Sheen of Wetumpka, Oklahoma. Entry number 100, Lindley Johnson, Happy, Texas.
nice heifers here. Again, they both have some value and some quality to them that we talked about within their classes. A little different in terms of what they offer. I think a heifer on this end that to me is probably just a little bit truer at the ground. She's the one that's more flexible off both ends for sure. And then with that, I think that she blends a little nicer from her shoulder into her forearm, a little square out of her hip. The heifer that wins the second class offers a bit more length and extension. She's a little longer from her shoulder forward. She's maybe a little bigger footed and heavier boned. Those are kind of the differences between them. I think it comes down to a question of functionality. To me, the one that I have a little more confidence in terms of being they're more structurally correct comes out of our first class. She's going to be your division winner out here. Congratulations to her. We'll follow it up with this heifer for reserve.
Congratulations to your division champion, entry number 4578, Kayla Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. Reserve the division belongs to entry number 100, Lindley Johnson from Happy, Texas. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 8, junior yearling heifers kept March through April of 2020. We're going to be looking for entry number 4278, Texas Ralston, Gruber, Texas. And entry number 105, C.W. Johnson from Happy, Texas. Following this division, all Grand and Reserve Division winners, please be ringside. Grand and Reserve Division winners, please be ringside. After this, we will be selecting for our champion, Red Angus female.
Two nice heifers out here in this class, but again, I think they logically kind of sort themselves, especially when you ask them to lead. The one that I like that's truer at the ground and has more with the base and maintains that up high is Young Man's heifer. I think not only does this heifer have an advantage in terms of feet and legs, but she's also the one that I gravitate towards in terms of her center body, her look from a profile, just having more substance to her when I step in behind her. Young Lady's heifer is going to be second is another one that's really a high volumed heifer, and I appreciate that about her. When you get right in behind her, she needs to narrow considerably at her base. She kind of gets in at her hock, and she can track. She doesn't get out and travel with the mobility that we have in our first heifer in class. If you would, congratulations to both of these exhibitors and a nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 105, C.W. Johnson, Happy, Texas. Your reserve division winner belongs to entry number 4278, Texan Glover, Gruber, Texas. Entering the ring now is going to be the selection for the champion open Red Angus female. Coming in from Division 1, it's going to be Cameron King, entry number 4483 in Caldwell, Idaho. From Division 2, entry number 4578, Kayla Sheen, Tonga, Oklahoma. Entry number 105, C.W. Johnson, Happy, Texas. We'll also be bringing in our reserve division winners. Entry number 4585, Brady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. Entry number 100, Lindley Johnson, Happy, Texas. And entry number 4278, Texas Ralston, Brewer, Texas.
Well, a nice lineup of heifers out here in our Red Angus show. There's some differences in terms of what they have to offer today, especially with our variation in maturity and levels of where they are in terms of production. But I think as we sort through the differences, for me anyway, there's a pair of them that kind of offer a lot more positives in terms of blending together some power and some width with some extra eye appeal. You know, I've talked about throughout the week structure as being something that's very important to me. They have to be built correctly at the ground, and I think there's several of these out here that are very functional from that standpoint. To me, the one that I like to be the champion just is so much more ladylike in the way that she's put together. I really appreciate the way she ties high into her shoulder. She's better in terms of that standpoint. She's smoother as she blends into her heart, and I think she's just a notch stouter all the way. I'd like to see her a little bit more robust in terms of her body shape, and I think that that's where it gets close between her and the heifer that we're going to use for reserve out here. I'm going to go out and shake the hands of your champion in reserve. If you would, let's put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Congratulations, your 2021 Arizona National Open Red Angus Champion female belongs to Cameron King of Caldwell, Idaho. We will now be bringing in our reserve from that division, Brady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma.
We're bringing the second from that division, and I think she fits in nicely. At the stand, that's sure a heifer that can grab your attention. I think she's one that looks correctly from a profile in terms of being unique in her pieces. She's level and square in terms of her design. She sits down right in terms of her toe set. She's one that to me is maybe just a little bit tighter at times when you ask him to go, but I think that there's some nitpicky things from a structural standpoint that you can pick out on all three of these out here. To me, I think it gets kind of close, and that's what makes showing livestock fun, especially as we view open shows. Depending on what you need in your individual operation, that's going to be depend on where you lay your priorities and what you need moving forward. To me, the one that I like second best is maybe just a little bit more unique in her look, maybe just a little bit better in the way that they blend everything together. I like the calf to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your 2021 Open Red Angus Reserve Champion belongs to Brady Sheen of Tonga, Oklahoma. as we take a few quick headshots in the ring. Will the Grand and Reserve Champion females please make their way over to the official backdrop of the Arizona National Livestock Show.
I'm Ravenna Bloomberg. I'm from Secor, Illinois. I'm going to be judging the open cattle shows at the Arizona National this year in 2021. So when it comes to judging cattle, I think that, we're in an aspect in the industry where good, functional built cattle, they're always going to be in vogue. Regardless of trends that are out there in terms of a certain look or a certain design or something that way, you forego all that, and good quality cattle are still going to be built good in terms of their structure. They're going to be ones that are functional in terms of their body type, and they're going to have some width and dimensions. I know for me personally, I like to see cattle, obviously, that are flexible off both ends of their skeleton. I want to see cattle that are built right in terms of having some width and power. They're ones that represent, the beef breeds that we evaluate in this industry. They got to have some power to them, but at the same time, especially with breeding females, they need to have some of those extra pieces in terms of functionality. I would just encourage young people, showmanship is a day-to-day game. It's not one in the ring, it's one at home. It's how much effort you put into it. Because someday, if you put in the effort and you put in the time and you continue to improve your skills, then you will be able to understand what you have to do to get to that next level. I would tell exhibitors, in terms of advice, especially coming out of a season in history that we've had here recently, is don't forego the opportunities that are available to you. Whether or not you think you can win, that's not always what's important. It's what you're able to get out of it. And so go ahead, take those risks, enter those shows, do your best, see what happens. You never know. A judge may have a slightly different opinion than you do on the quality of your animal, and so give it a shot. If you've worked hard for it, go for it.
the individuals to the show.
Grandma was right.
Mr. Tyler Grandel, Executive Director of the Arizona National Livestock Show. And our poster child, the President of the Arizona National Livestock Show, Mr. Patrick Bray. I'd like to invite Mr. Patrick Bray to say a few words on behalf of the Arizona National Livestock Show.
I just have to sit there and just wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to the Arizona National Livestock Show in this final drive, one of my favorite drives, Supreme Female and Bull Selection. It's really an honor to be here in the ring with you today. I appreciate all your hard work. I appreciate you traveling so many miles, spending the time and resources to be in one of the greatest states in the union. And with that, I don't have much more to say except for a thank you to Lori and her crew, her father over there, Gerald. Let's give them a big round of applause for putting this all together, and all the volunteers. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you guys.
I won't take much more of your time. I want to echo what Patrick just said. We know you have a choice when it comes to going to livestock shows. We definitely appreciate you choosing to come to Arizona. So with that, we'll get on with the selection of the grants.
We would like to extend a big thank you to the entire Arizona National Livestock. We would like to extend a huge thank you to the entire staff of the Arizona National Livestock Show. With that being said, we are going to move right into our supreme selection of our cow-calf pairs. Representing the Charolais Division, Carter Sanchez, Gridley, California. From the Angus Division, Chance Green, Palview, Oregon. We would like to introduce our judge today. She has suffered the weather here in Arizona for the past couple days. Our judge today is Miss Verena Bloomberg. She grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. She showed livestock competitively across the country, earning many national honors. Her passion for the livestock industry led her to Blackhawk College and Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the competitive livestock judging team. She has earned a number of success, including being named high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky in 2004. She holds a degree in ag communications from Oklahoma State University and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. She currently works as a regional broadcasting representative for Livestock Auction TV. She and her husband Blake live in Socorro, Illinois, and have 4 children. She has judged major shows in over 25 states and enjoys spending her spare time evaluating livestock and working with the youth of agriculture. Please join me with a big round of applause for our judge, Ms. Verena Bloomberg.
Well, what a way to cap off an exciting week here at the Arizona National. I know we've got a few different Supreme cuts to work through yet this afternoon, and the records booked in, so I'll try to keep some of my comments pretty brief here. But I would like to say, first and foremost, before we go further, big thank you A big thank you to the crew that's put on this show, those that have worked the ring, those that lined them up, those who were involved in the organizational standpoint of putting this show together, as well as all the execs that they announced just a little bit ago that definitely have a passion for this show and have helped to make it something very memorable and a great experience for everyone. So if you would, put your hands together for everyone here at the Arizona National. Outstanding show, definitely was been fun for me to come and participate from this standpoint all week long. We've had some great shows out here. You know, the cow-calf division maybe wasn't as competitive within each breed, but I think as we bring these two back out here and we select them for our Supreme Champion and Reserve, they're both ones that deserve honors. They're ones that represent good in terms of being functional cattle. They're ones that represent a lot of quality for their breed. And it takes a lot of work and effort. It takes time and resources to keep cattle together this long and into production and to be able to take them on the show road. So my compliments to these exhibitors on doing that with these pairs and bringing them here to showcase for those of us this week. So if you would, please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors out here in the ring. I'll select your champion and reserve, and we'll move on to our next.
Your 2021 Supreme Grand Champion belongs to Carter Sanchez of Brooklyn, California. And your 2021 Reserve Supreme Grand Champion belongs to Chance Green of Powell Butte, Oregon.
Yeah, what's...
Breakers Division. Hannah Lavender. Representing the Brahmin Division, J.D. Sarstone of Campbellton, Texas. Representing the Percentage Show, Joanne Vance, Tucumcari, New Mexico. Representing the Hereford Division, Mr. Bryce Peters, Marysville, California. Representing our mini Herefords, Hannah Houghton of Harvard, Texas. Representing the All Other Breeds category, Riley Kinsey, Kamal Falls, Oregon. Representing the Charlotte Division, Lindsey Franklin, Adobe, Texas. Representing the Angus Division, Carson of Torture, Lamar, California. Representing the Simmental division, Colton Schmidt, Farmington, California. And representing the Red Angus division, Grady Gene of Ottumwa, Oklahoma. As we bring in our reserve champion division winners, please give them a big round of applause. I'd like to take a few moments to thank our sponsors today. Agrodon, All Flex, the American Male Association, the Arizona Hereford and Angus Association, Bale Hay Sales, Barrier Eagle Hunt, the British White Cattle Association of America, CCI Livestock Auctions, Simmental. Well, we will now be bringing in our champions from the respective divisions. From the British White Division, entry number 4763, Rolling Hills Cattle Company, Avenue, Minnesota.
Yes, yeah.
Now the champion.
Yeah, so you're not.
From the British Division, Hannah Avenue from Melbourne. I'd like to take a few more moments to continue thanking our sponsors today. Empire Power Systems, GMC Water and Ice, Hilton Garden Inn Phoenix Midtown, JBS Ackerland, JH Cattle, KB Livestock Show Supplies, Rankin Cattle Company, the Baby Mafia, Mountain States Wholesale Nursery, Nutrition by Design, Stock Show Cheaters, the Red Angus Association of America. Rolling
outstanding set of cattle that we've had get through here in our open shows, heifers, bulls, cow calves. It didn't matter the breed, you always knew that the quality that came in the ring. And when we bring them back out here for our Supreme Drive, I think that that's evidence. You can see that the quality these breeders were able to put together and then bring here to showcase at the Arizona National. You know, I never had the opportunity myself to show down here, but my mom's family did. She grew up in southern Kansas, and they made the hike every year to come and show at the Arizona National. And the stories that her family would talk about in terms of what a great environment it is, what a wonderful show that was put on, and what great memories we had from it, I think that's what this is really all about. People often ask, why do you spend so much time and effort going around to livestock events like this, especially when you count all the finances and the resources that it takes to be able to compete on a level like this? And we do it because of the memories. We do it because of those things that my mom's family has talked about over the years that the Arizona National provided to them. Those memories, it becomes a lifestyle. And that's what I think that this is all about. We may not have the largest crowd out here as we pick our Supreme Champions, but I think one thing that is fundamentally important is anytime we have an opportunity to come out and showcase that lifestyle that means so much to us, I think we've learned something over the last 2 years and we need to take advantage of that. So my compliments to these breeders for the amount of effort they put in to bring in their cattle to showcase for us here, and the efforts that they put in to making sure that this was a high quality event. They brought their best. We can see that out here. If you would, let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors and everything. I mentioned earlier within a couple breeds that it's always more fun as an evaluator to sort through quality, especially on the high end when you can see really good ones and then start picking apart those differences in terms of where you lay your priorities and what really gets you excited about raising cattle. I think there's several breed champions out that definitely do that for me. They really represent a lot of extra good in terms of type and kind. I've talked about all week long that good cattle need to be functionally built. That starts at the ground in terms of their feet and legs. They got to be flexible. They got to be built right. They got to have some width and power to them. But aside from that, we have out here are all ones that combine all that with extra look and style and presence. The ones that I'm going to go out here in just a minute and pick for you to be your champion reserve are ones that I think that not only breeders can be quite proud of, but I think they represent a lot of good for their breed as a whole and in terms of where we're headed. So if you would, I'm going to go out and select your champion reserve. One more time, let's put our hands together for those in the ring and those that have maybe gone off home. What an outstanding show we've had the last few days.
Your 2021 Arizona National Livestock Show Supreme Champion female comes from the Angus division. On the stick is Mr. Carson Costorto from Camar, California. We will be bringing in the reserve from the Angus division with Carson Costorto from Camar, California. Our champion, Supreme Champion female, will receive a banner that's been donated by SSP Cattle Company, Karen and Shannon Nye. Please give them a big round of applause.
your 2021 Arizona National Reserve Supreme Female. From the all other percentage division goes to Randy Roach of those banners. Memorial Foundation. Please give them a big round of applause. As we exit the ring, we will begin our Supreme Bull selection. Just as a reminder, all Grand and Reserve Supreme Champion winners are required to report to the backdrop for the official Arizona National Livestock Show backdrop photo. All Supreme Bulls, please be ringside.
Congrats, lady. Brody.
Representing the Brahmin division, that's Blake Morris, that's a Grant, Arizona. Representing the all other percentage division, C.W. Johnson, Cap, Texas.
See here?
Representing the Hereford division, Mountain View Hereford Ranch of Sonoma, Arizona. Representing the miniature Hereford, Grant Henry, Gilbert, Arizona. Representing the Angus division, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Let's please give all of our reserve champion individuals a big round of applause. We would like to introduce to the ring our champion, 3 winners from the Brightness division, beating Belgium, Melrose, New Mexico. From the Brahmin division, J.D. Sarkler, Hamilton, Texas. From the Percentage division, Samantha Newman of Williams, Arizona. From the Hereford division, Copeland and Sons Cattle Company of Maravilla, New Mexico. From the Miniature Hereford Division, James Lassie of Burnett, Texas. From the Angus Division, Andrew Nunez of Helper, California.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please give all of our pre-division candidates a big round of applause.
Here over the last 3 days, so I'll try to keep some of my comments a little bit short. But I would like to thank the group here at the Arizona National for inviting me to come down and share with you my opinions the last few days. You know, one of the things that I think is so unique about this industry that we all love is that we can all kind of have a different opinion. And so whether it was me down here, or whether there was somebody else that's at a future show, or maybe a one that you've just been to that had a little different opinion than what I have, well, that's great. That's what makes this industry special. That's what makes it unique. And I think that honestly, if our society and our world came to a better collective decision on that we can all have differences of opinion and we can all still get along, we'd live in a lot better place. So with that, I'm not going to go out and say a lot more. I think that there's a couple of bulls out here that really put together a lot of positives. One to me that really kind of solidifies himself when you bring him back out here in the lineup as being well-deserving of that Supreme Champion honor. One that really impressed me within the breed and further impresses me out here now. So if you would, one more time, put your hands together and I'll select the champion reserve. Thank you again for having me.
Congratulations, your 2021 Supreme Grand Champion Bull belongs to Copeland and Sons Cattle Company of Maravilla, New Mexico. The reserve would be coming into for the Supreme Draw would be Mountain View Hereford Ranch of Samoa, Arizona. Congratulations, your 2021 Arizona National Supreme Champion Reserve Supreme Champion Bull. for California.